Testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right, I think the volume is working. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I believe there is sound. What I didn't do is to put the chat box right here on the right side of the screen. Now I have it. So in case anybody wants to say hello in chat, you will see it. So welcome to the stream, everybody. Today we're going to be building the Tamiya TT-02R stream, and I'm going to build it with a few small changes, not huge. I did show in the thumbnail and kind of throughout the week that I'll be using the Celica body. So this is going to be a rally car, and to that end, I have the wheels that come with the kit, of course. Those are right there. And I love that. These are racing tires. These are slicks. The foam in them. It's awesome. But ultimately, I want to put these rally block tires on it to complete the look. As such, I will be using right here, I'll be using the standard 257mm wheelbase, but I think I will be building it with a high ground clearance for rally car. So I'll point that out when we get to that step, when we do that. And a few more things we'll be doing, and I want to thank Amain for this. I think a couple weeks ago they reached out and asked me if they could use some of my videos on their website. Of course, I agreed. More than happy to provide content. That's why I have this channel, is to share my knowledge and share my joy for building RC cars. So they sent me a couple things. They sent me this EcoPower high torque steering servo. I'll be using this today. They also sent me this hex screw kit for the TT-02. I don't know if you can see that. There's the number, I think. You can see that. So that's going to be on the website, and that's a model number WP120T. And they also sent me these awesome hex drivers. I've wanted these for a very long time. I just never wanted to spend that kind of money to buy a set of hex drivers, especially since I already have some old ones. I've had these, I think, for like 8-9 years from Amazon. I think that's how long I've had them. They still work, but I'm really happy to have these. If I can get this case open. But anyway, so I hope everybody's doing well. So I'm going to need probably only the 2 and the 1.5. Wow, look at this. These are very light. Wow, these are great. Man, I'm glad. So happy to have these. All right. I think there are color-coded collars for the sizes. I might end up looking into those a little bit later on, so I'll be using those. I do have the MIP bits for the driver, electric driver, if I need to. And I know there's a couple spots where I'm going to need a JIS, but this is not Phillips, this is JIS, this is a 1. So I have that ready. And this kit does use both grease, regular plain grease. This is silicone. It comes with the tube. It comes with a tube of it in the box, and I'll also be using the anti-wear grease that also comes in the box. This doesn't come in the box. I am using silicone instead of the black grease, which I am not a fan of. So let's not waste any time. Let's get started with this right away. And I'm just going to grab something really quick. Alright, so that's the anti-wear grease I'm talking about. That's the black grease I'm talking about. So let's not waste any time. And we can get started right here. So step 1 is something we already did, which is determine our ride height and also the wheelbase length, and we've done that already. Step 2, which is usually step 1, is to charge the battery. We're not going to worry about that. So we're going to start with step 3. We're not going to use these screws just yet, I don't believe. I believe these screws are going to start like right there. And I'm not super familiar with these screws just yet, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so we're going to need the contents of bag 1. And I'm going to need a parts tray, which I should have gotten out already. But these little delays don't matter. It gives people a chance to wander in. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're having a good Sunday afternoon, evening, maybe even a Monday where you are already. If you want to say hi, tell me where you're from. I'd appreciate it. Always good to know where everybody's watching from. I know I have majority of my viewers are from the United States, but I know that I have viewers in the UK, Europe, and also in Southeast Asia, or just Asia in general, in that time zone. So welcome. I am building the TT-02R today, and I think this is the second time I'll be building this kit. I built this last year as a video series, and I just never published it. I never got around to editing the whole thing and publish it. That's why the unboxing video is like from a year ago. That's why I didn't make another unboxing video this time. But let's go ahead and start right here. So this is one of the first parts that's different from a regular TT-02. This is the high-speed gear kit, or gear set, I believe it's called. It comes with this, I believe it's 68 tooth spur gear, and you can gear it all the way down to 64 if you want. If you wanted to do this in a regular TT-02, you would have to buy this high-speed gear set hop-up. Oops. So let's go ahead and grab this piece right here. MA12. It's a warm day here in Southern California. I believe it's think 80 something outside right now. And with the lights and everything on, it's quite warm in here. It's already warm in here just as I'm starting out. And I think it's going to get even warmer by the time we get a little bit further in. I don't believe this kit has these spur gears, spur gear screws, because that screw kit is for the standard TT-02, so I don't expect it to have these screws in here. So we're going to need to use the ones from the kit, if I can find them. It should be these right here. 2, 3, 4, and that's what I'll be using this for. So we're just going to line up these 4 holes with the spur gear and put these in. I missed. Yep. So just like everything else, you don't want to tighten everything down right away. You want to put all 4 screws on and then kind of crisscross tightening them. So that's what we'll do. And so there's another thing that we're going to see, which is also hop up right away, which makes the TT-02R such a great value, is this kit is going to come with ball bearings instead of the plastic bushings. Excuse me, when the fans are on, my throat usually dries up and I start to cough. But these come with the kit. These are shielded ball bearings, and pretty much these are a must-have. If you're building a TT-02 kit, you pretty much should use ball bearings, because those plastic bushings are just, they're just terrible. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't think I've built a kit without ball bearings. I've always went ahead and bought the ball bearings after, before I started building the kit, so I don't have to deal with those things. So this kit, like I said, this is going to be another hop up. I'll try to find all the part numbers for all the hop ups that are Tamiya, like this. The hop up number for the Tamiya shielded ball bearings. And if you were interested in these are going to be rubber sealed ball bearings, and this brand is a house brand from Amain, Upgrade RC. That's where these screws came from. So they also carry a rubber sealed kit as well. So that's the part number 17001. If you wanted an option from, you can buy on Amain. So again, I bought that myself. I bought this kit myself. What I did get, like I said, I want to mention this. Full disclosure, I got the screw kit. I got the hex driver set. I also got the EcoPower Servo. They sent me a nice, very nice Protek mat. And they also sent me this Protek multifunction pit light. I don't have room to use that right now. So let's keep moving. We're going to be over here. I think if I remember correctly, it's going to be the... Well, it's hard to say. I'll just open everything. I think it's the larger bearings. We'll see. Again, I hope everybody's doing well out there. So, are these the same? Let's see. I believe they are. MA 14 and MA 14. So, we're going to need to put this through here. And then this MA 8 collar. Then we're going to need to drive a pin right there. And we need to find that pin. Let's see. Here it is. And I'm going to put that pin right there. And that pin is going to index into here. Like this. Like that. Oh, you can see that. And then we're going to put another bearing on the back side. And then we're going to need to put this bevel pinion gear. That's going to be in this bag, I believe. Alright. I think it's going to be one of these loose ones already. Put that aside. And it's going to go like this. And they do want you to put just a little bit of grease on that edge. If I were building a race car kit, or if I'm doing this, going to be using this for a race car, I would be using this bearing oil on the bearings as well. But, you know, we're just casually building a kit on a Sunday afternoon, so I don't think we need to take it too seriously. So we're just going to put a little bit of grease right here. So this is the grease symbol. And by grease, it's going to be that black tube that I showed. Again, I'm using just silicone grease right now. And so it's going to look like this when you're done with step 3. Let me just set this in here. And now let's go ahead and put that shaft together. So let's find the other propeller shaft, and then we're going to put 2 bearings in here. It's going to be these smaller bearings. It should be this and this. And then the other bevel pinion gear on this end. Okay, like that. And this is, I forgot to mention, this is the 3rd hop up already. Actually 4th hop up. First hop up was the high-speed gear set. Second one is the bearings, and then these propeller ends right here, propeller joints, are also going to be a hop up, and then the propeller shaft itself is a 4th hop up. So right away you're pretty much, I mean, the TT-02R is the best value of all of the TT-02. Hey, Nathaniel, how are you? From Malta. I think maybe you've said hi before. I'm not 100% sure. And I'm pretty sure if you did, I looked up where Malta was last time. So I hope I'm right. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to put a little bit of grease, and I'm just going to grab the tub chassis. And it's going to be this way. So I'm just going to grab this. Put a little bit. It's going to be dropped in here anyway. So I'm just going to put a little bit of grease right there, right here. And then slip that on there. And so that bearing is going to sit there. And then on the other side, I need to put a O-ring, a rubber O-ring in there. And I think I saw that here somewhere. Yep, there it is. And we're going to need to push this in a little bit. So that should work. Let me see. What else can I use? I think I have a pick here somewhere. And so we're going to put a little bit of grease on this end of the propeller shaft. And then put this in there. And then these two bearings are going to sit into here and here, this and that. And then every time I build a TT-02, I forget this next piece. And that's going to be this right here. D2. Let me find that real quick. A TT-02D project in near future. We'll check again. Which is best value? I think both have oil shocks and bearings. Yeah. Let me grab, what was I going to grab? D2. Here it is. It's going to be this tree right, this piece right here. And I don't want to talk badly about the TT-02D. If you want to stay within the platform, by all means. I just don't think it's the best drift chassis out there. This is primarily a Tamiya YouTube channel, so me saying that, it pains me to say that, but it is true. Unless you just want to absolutely stay in the Tamiya ecosystem for whatever reason, I think there are better chassis out there than the TT-02D. So I'm going to start using the Upgrade RC hex screw set here. And I believe this is going to be a 2. And I say that because the TT-02D, the chassis, I mean, it's really not that much different than the regular TT-02. I believe it has the D component, the towers, the damper stays are a different stiffness than the regular TT-02. And of course, the tires are hard plastic. And not rubber. And I know some of the more expensive D kits, like the RX-7, for example, come with a light kit, and they end up being like $100 more than the standard TT-02, which is fine. I have built one before. I didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary from a standard TT-02. It is still all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. It's not rear-wheel drive. And I just don't think it's much of a drift car. You're just paying more for a TT-02. I think there are better drift chassis out there for that price, for the 200 something price. As a matter of fact, I can think of two. So this is a MST. I believe this is, I forgot, EXS Pro, I believe this is. Yeah, I believe that's what this is. I think I got this for like $110 for the chassis. And then you find your own body and all the electronics and stuff like that. I think the TT-02D comes with, you know, the 1060 and then I think a speed tune, a sport tune motor. I mean, that's brushed. I'm sure it's very fun. It's very capable, but you know, if you're a purist, drifting purist, I think you're gonna want to go with a brushless setup. It's a whole other discussion. I think it's not something we don't really have to get into today. So let's go ahead and build these diffs. All right, so it looks complicated, but don't be intimidated. You just have to do this one step at a time. Gonna cut out all of these gears first, and actually all of them. Everything on this tree, basically. And I can also say that the 3 Racing D6 is also a good drift chassis. I have that as well. I was planning on building both of those this year. I don't know if I will have the chance. There's just so many good Tamiya products out there this year that I want to work on. And it seems like the demand for Tamiya products, content, is endless on my channel. So I think it makes more sense to me to continue building TT-02 products. So right here, we're going to drop this bevel gear in there. I'm just trying to figure out the grease situation. So I think it's anti-wear grease, top and bottom and everywhere. So this is going to be the anti-wear grease. It's the silver stuff. It's the tub. I don't know if you can see that, but it comes out a little bit different. It comes out silver. Just going to drop that in there. And then all throughout the shaft, I don't remember this at all. I don't remember them using anti-wear grease in the diff the first time I built this kit. So these gears are going to point inward like this. So the R, which I'm building here today, is a wonderful starting point for on-road racing. In like I said, it's a you're not going to beat a X-Ray or anything you know, at a different price range. But if you're just starting out and you want to just get your feet wet in terms of on-road racing, you can grow quite a bit with this chassis. You would start off with the brush setup, and then just work your way to, 17.5, sportsman or stock, whatever your club calls it, and then just go from there. See if you like on-road racing. I can see people prefer off-road. I've done both, and I was just never very good at off-road. I just can't make those jumps. I think I'm too old to compete. But I do enjoy on-road. It's a little bit more civilized. Less likely to break your car. That's why you see so many on-road kits on this channel. Okay, we're just going to drop that on there and then put a little bit grease on the back of this as well. I don't remember how I got the anti-wear grease in here. I think I used a knife or something to put it on here. And so these 4 tabs are going to index to these 4 holes. And then we're going to put the 4 screws on, and that's going to be these. Let me see if there is a hex equivalent in this kit. I believe it will be these, if I am not mistaken. You know what? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. And I really don't want to be wrong and then having to come back and take these out and use it for another part of the build. So I'm just going to stick with the ones that came with the kit. All right, here we go. Everybody having a good weekend? Anybody do anything RC related already? I had somebody leave a comment last time. Hello from Hollister, California. I don't know where Hollister is, but I'm in Southern California. Is Hollister in Central or Northern California? I'm gonna guess it's in maybe near Santa Cruz. It's a beautiful day here. Thanks for joining us, Vintage Joe. And we're going to be building 2 of these, I believe. Does it say make 2? It should be make 2. I'm pretty sure. What has everybody been building lately, if you have built something? Is it a Tamiya kit? Is it something else? Is it on-road or off-road? I'm interested to see what everybody's building. Alright, there we go. There's one. I hope I didn't make any mistakes. There's one. Let's grab the other one and then cut everything out of this tree. From north of Santa Cruz, so Central Coast. Agriculture. Okay. Awesome. I don't think I've ever been to Santa Cruz, but I know approximately where it is. And of course, everybody's heard of Hollister, the brand, right? So I think California is so diverse from from San Diego all the way up to Eureka. This state is pretty much the size of a country. And there's so many different climates in between. It's great. I just happen to live in the southern part. Excuse me. Yeah, if anybody's building anything interesting, please share. Would love to know what everybody's building. If you're watching this is your first time and you're just really curious about RC cars, or you love RC cars already and you're just wondering what somebody's doing building a kit on stream, or how he's going to do it, you know, it's whatever it is, I want to hear from you and have a conversation about RC cars or anything else that's not religion or politics. Trying to keep this on topic. BTO1. I can see you're being sarcastic. Into the rabbit hole of... Yeah. Rabbit hole is more like a money pit. The BTO1 and the MBO1 are interesting. I've already said this, so there's nothing profound or new that I'm saying right now. I think it's a little bit gimmicky. The way that you can change the front wheel drive, mid motor, things like. I think it's just a little bit gimmicky at the end of the day. And I built both. I just didn't like fall in love with it at all. Either one of them. I don't think either one has any strength. In them. I don't know why you would. I don't know. I just think there's better. It could be done a little bit differently. I'll just put it that way. I think it didn't have to be a monocoque design, for example. It's not always my preference. I just think monocoque designs are heavy and bulky and just not very efficient. But like I said, it's well executed. Actually, you know what? I didn't actually like the way the drive axle connected actually with that, you know, short little shaft. I didn't like that at all, actually. Yeah, that was one of the things I really was not a fan of, how the drivetrain came together. But I think that was one of the biggest weaknesses, and just how it was executed. But it was interesting. It was interesting. It was worth the build. If you don't build it, you never know. Speaking of the rabbit hole of Tamiya hop-ups, I think I've learned the hard way over the years that if there's ever an R version, you should just get the R version. I think my worst offense on that was the TA-08. I got the Pro, I drove it, and then I started buying hop-ups. I fell into the rabbit hole, like you said. And by the time I got done with all the hop-ups that I wanted to put in, it was more than buying the R. So I didn't keep the MA08. I built the MA08 concept, and then the R came out shortly after. I'm sure that would have been the same rabbit hole. So if I do build the MO7R, MO7 this year, I am just going to buy the R right off the bat. I'm not going to try to buy all the hop-ups afterwards. And that's why this kit makes sense. Here already, Milo got my PTO set up front-wheel drive. Hey, front-wheel drive is so interesting. And you know what? I've never raced in front-wheel drive, but I can. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I've never driven. I've had different setups on a four-wheel drive. I've had the direct drive on the front, so I've never driven front-wheel drive, racing-wise. And maybe it's worth a try. The MO7R is front-wheel drive. Maybe that would be my first time trying that. Super smooth. Oh, really? Okay. No stock BTO1. It's okay if you don't have really high expectations. Front-wheel drive to Peugeot body. I gotta look that up. I think in the break I'm gonna look up what the Peugeot body looks like. Yeah, which one is the Peugeot body? Is it the black one? No, that's an Opel. Which one is the Peugeot body? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the chassis back in here. And this is going to be the front, so it should be this side. This is when I'm going to start putting the grease on. So the front diff is going to go in this direction, 2 bearings. 1 on each side, and we're just going to drop it in this direction right here. And then we're going to put the cover on, which is going to be A4. I have pre-labeled all the trees because I'm blind. Speaking of being blind, I should put my glasses on. Okay, so this is going to go on top like this. And make sure this bearing is seated all the way. It's going to go on like that, 4 screws. But before we close it up, I'm going to put on the grease. I always try to put on the grease right before I'm going to close something up. I don't like just grease out in the open because I always end up touching it. And that's also why I use clear grease instead of black grease. I'm just clumsy. Alright. So there we go. And we're going to be using MA4s, which is going to be this. And I believe it's going to be just these hex screws. So again, I'm using this hex screw set from Upgrade RC, which I like very much. Hex screws remind me of the old school off-road 110 clay track buggy racing. That's where I kind of started. Peugeot 306 Maxi. MO7, but after seeing the MO5 and Mini The re-release, we'll have to wait and see. Monte Carlo body, okay. Well, I just built the M05. It's okay. Okay, just so that I can speed things up and not hurt my wrist, I'm going to do the last two with the electric screwdriver. I get arthritis. Ouch. I hope that doesn't start bleeding. Oops. Alrighty. I feel like I have to stand up for this now. Alright, let's go ahead and skip to this right here. Let's move on, and we're going to be doing A2. A2 should be this piece right here. Okay, it's going to be this way like that, and it's going to be MA4 again. I hope I'm using the right screws this whole time. Guess we'll find out. I'm really curious about the Peugeot 306 now. What it looks like. Sounds like I didn't charge this, but I'm pretty sure I did. No biggie. If I need to, I'll grab a backup after the break. Ouch. I think I have 2 backups. This is very hot. Wow. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab the arms and then those, I forgot what it's called, cushion balls. And then the damper stay, so B13, the flexible arms, and P7. So B13 should be this one right here. There's one. There's the other. And the cushion balls should be in here. I'll just take them out. There's the 4th one. And we're just going to push these in here. They go right in. The aluminum ones are really nice. I don't know if you guys seen the aluminum ones before, but they're really nice. Makes this like buttery smooth. Now put these arms on like this, and like this, with this part facing the chassis, and then the damper stay. MA7. I'm sorry. A7. A7 should be this right here. All right, so it should be this way, like that, and it's going to go into the upper arms like this, like that. And then we put two MA4 screws in here, and again I'm using the hex screws. Before we do that, we need to put a little bit of grease on the arms. Did you guys vote on the poll I put out about which kit to build today? I put it out like last weekend, and I was trying to decide between the TT-02, this kit, and the tank, and something else. And I'm glad that the TT-02 won out at the end. You know what? I'm right-handed, so this chassis should be pointing this way. A bit easier for me. I think so many people... The TT-02 is so universally loved. Has so many fans. I've built it so many times. To the point where I can just do nothing but TT-02 content and people will support the channel. 90, probably Europe and 80, 90, but somewhat nowadays. 309, okay. Yeah, you know what? In there's no Peugeot here in America, of course. I think all brands are interesting. Like just how interesting is Citroen's, right? I mean, their cars are nothing like you see anything else you see on the road. All right, so there we go. That's the front arms. Let's do the rear diff. It's the same steps. 2 bearings, 1 on each side. And here, same direction. And we're going to close it up. And so let's go ahead and grab the cover. It's getting really warm in here. I got 2 overhead lights and it's starting to get warm. It's gonna sit like that, so it's time to put on the grease. I think I've built almost all of the TT-02 variants. The only one I know I haven't built was the the Type S. I've built the Type SR, SRX, the R, the RR, the T, the B. I haven't built the BR yet. Yeah, I built it in rally configuration. I built it in touring car, of course. I just love this chassis. And if you're racing in the Tamiya Championship Series this year, and you're in a novice class, for some reason, at least the last time I read the rules, the XRX was allowed. So I don't know why anyone would not use the SRX in the in the novice class. Let's see. That's the BT. That's the BT-01. Oh, hey, Damien. I didn't see what you wrote. Okay, I'll read. I'll just continue reading. That's the BT-01 I have. I bought with points I had. Black Friday sales out the door. Oh wow, that's awesome. Painted. Wow. Did you get the Supra? BR is pretty cool also. Worth upgrading the hard lower deck for lower cost while building. Peugeot and Citroen, both French. French quirky models, but both known for bad reliability electronics. 11 p.m. here. All right, let's hear it, Nathaniel. Welcome, Damien. The lower deck, the blue one, right? The one that comes in the RR. If I remember correctly, it was not very expensive. I want to say it was maybe like $10 or something. Yeah, of course. Anywhere on the chance you can get more stiffness and less play, the better. And that's why the aluminum propeller shaft and the propeller joints are such a great hop-up, almost an essential for them. I mean, the plastics are fine, but like if you really want to get into like a brushless setup or anything, of course you need to go with the aluminum. So yeah, I would suggest that I think I did it to, I forgot which one I did a while ago. I did buy the blue deck, and I did upgrade one of the kits I built. I don't remember. So the answer is yes, Damien. Yeah, I remember it was pretty cheap. Peugeot. All right, and there we go. Let's do the same thing for the rear. How am I doing on time? 2 o'clock. So 1 hour in, I'm about 10 steps. It's not too bad. This kit is not very difficult to build at all. I think this is a great beginner's kit, if I can figure out how this goes. What am I doing? I got the wrong piece. That's why. I grabbed the wrong piece. This is the right one. Ken still MA4. Heaven is where the police. Oh yes, I've heard that one. I've heard that one. The cooks are English, the mechanics are French. Yeah, I think the Italians got me when I heard that first time. A lot of these shims do you recommend? I buy the Kyosho one. I mean, there's shims or shims, right? But I've always just bought the Kyosho set. I don't have the part number on me right now, but if you were to ask me, that's the one I would use. I think this comes in such a big variety of thicknesses and sizes that you can. I think if you go back to the RR series, I shimmed everything, the arms, upper arms, lower arms, everything pretty darn well. And the cart ended up driving pretty good. And I just wasn't fast enough to be competitive with the other cars. I don't know about where you guys are, but the novice class here at the local club races is not strictly enforced. So it's not always the first timers, the beginners, or people who are, you know, definitely legitimately novices that should not be racing against better drivers. That is not strictly enforced. As such, we had people who were driving X-rays, I think it was T3 or T4 at the time, with tire warmers, juicing the batteries, the whole 9 yard in a rookie race. And I'm sitting there with a TT-02R, RR, I believe, back then. And I was just getting lapped. I think it was like a 17.5 setup that I had at the time. And I was getting lapped. And it just wasn't fun. And the joke was at the track, the joke was that some people are more rookie than others. And that one gentleman just wasn't. I haven't gone back in a little while, so I hope he's graduated to sportsman or even modified. But who knows? I'll try to race again this year. Thank you, Nathaniel. I hope you have a good night. Have a good week as well. Whatever you're doing. So we're not doing the short wheelbase. So I just need to make sure that the arms are... Oh, short is 19. No, this is the right set. This is the right set. Page 19 would be the short. We are building the regular 257. Alessandro, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Where are you watching from? I can guess, but I don't want to assume. Alright, it's going to look like that. So if you're building the short chassis, short wheelbase, you would just flip them this way. Like that. But we're going to be building the 257, so it's going to go like this. Way too much. Something is not right, and I don't know what. Am I using the wrong arms? I did something wrong? Yes, I did do something wrong. I am so silly. Put this on backwards. That's what I get for not paying attention. That's what I get for not paying attention. So this is going to go this way. And like that. Discontinue has struggled to get one UK producer. You know what? I don't think it's been discontinued here. I can get them all day long, and actually, I see them everywhere. I think for us, it's not discontinued. I mean, I don't know why they would discontinue it. This is such a great chassis. I mean, if you're mildly into RC and you want to get into on-road racing, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't start with the TT-02R. Yeah, fortunate for us, it is available for us. I think I did. Get the order from Germany. Okay. What websites in Europe is popular with RC stuff? I mean, the United States, of course, is Amain. I think they're probably the biggest. You can also buy stuff from Horizon. Yeah, this is dead. Kind of surprised. I charged this not too long ago. No worries. I'll take a break and I'll just change it out. I have one right here. I have two right here. Change it out. Welcome everybody who's watching. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you're all doing well. I hope that you're all enjoying your Sunday, whatever you're doing, spending time with your family, RC stuff, non-RC stuff, coming back from church or whatnot. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And if you're here, that means we share a common interest in RC cars, specifically or not specifically to Tamiya, and specifically and not specifically to the TT-02. Welcome. So I mentioned in the beginning that I'll be using the Sport Tune motor. If you wanted to just go ahead and jump to a brushless setup for the R, I think that would make sense too. But I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't want to say wouldn't. I'll just say I don't know if it'll make sense. I don't know if it'll make sense to do a censored brushless setup, because at the price that comes in at compared to the price of the chassis, I don't know if it would make a lot of sense. So I think if I were to do a brushless setup, I would do a sensorless brushless combo. Maybe in the 3000 kV range, 3300, whatever it is. So let me point out the next hop up that comes with the TT-02R as opposed to the standard TT-02, and that is the aluminum motor mount. And we have the plate on there, and I don't know if you can see this. I'm just pointing out to everybody who'll be watching the shorts later on, that this side is 23 to 27, and the other side is 18 to 22. We're going to be using this side. So we're going to line this up with the motor. We're going to be using a 68 tooth pinion gear, so it's going to be this hole and that hole. It's going to be these two right here. So it's going to be like that, and we just need to find the actually, we're using the 27 tooth pinion. This is the spur gear. We just need to find these MA2s, and I believe it's going to be, I think I saw it. It was separate from the other screws. Oh, it was right here. It's going to be these ones. So let's see if the kit came with an equivalent. And that looks like it's going to be it. Yep. So again, I'm going to be using the hex set instead. Oh, the air conditioning finally kicked in. I'm sorry if I'm missing your messages, Damien. I don't know why you're retracting them. I didn't get a chance to read them. Out of stock to me, approved supplier said they're now discontinued. It's very possible. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm like positive. I've spoken to the hobby shop owner, and he pretty much said he can get them all day. The R. So I don't think it's been discontinued here. Fortunately. Why is this not? This is just free spinning. Did I use the wrong screw, or? Hold on. I'm using the wrong screw, or what's going on here? this is just not going in. Oh, there it goes. I was using I was using the 1.5, that's why it wasn't tightening. Alright, that's my fault. Okay, not the screw's fault, that was human error. There we go. Post it before finishing. Okay. Alright. And here's the pinion gear, and this is a 27 tooth pinion gear. And look how big this thing is. And we're going to need that set screw right here. This time we'll use the 1.5. I can't blame lack of sleep or it's late or anything like that. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. And I did get a good night's sleep, so that's just my bad. That is definitely human error. 9mm. I am not going to try to measure out 9mm. I'll just eyeball it when I drop it in here, so that it does not come in contact with propeller shaft. Okay. Let's grab this. Option. Oh, that's an option. Jeez. I was like, I don't see this. I don't see this anywhere. Separately available. Okay, good. I thought I was going crazy for a second. That this was in the box. Okay. Whew. All right. Let's drop that in here. I did pretty good with the pinion. Lineup is this 1.5. All right. There we go. And I'm going to put 2 screws on the bottom, MA1s. MA1s are these, the non-tapping screws, which should be these right here for sure. And let's try to find them here. And okay, I'm gonna have some extra screws when I'm done. I think after this step would be a good time to pause and take a quick break. And let me grab that other electric screwdriver and use the facilities really quick. This is 1.5. Let's not do that again. So that's rock solid. Yep. And let's put the cover on, and those two. So let's put the cover on. D3. I hope that okay, here we go. All MA4s. So let's put that down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe these are the MA4s equivalent. So one over here. One of these always gets stripped. I forget. I think it's this one always gets stripped. So, this kit is not going to, I don't know if everybody noticed, but I've been putting out shorts every single day of the live stream. So a little bit easier to consume, and I think I catch more eyeballs. Being on the shorts feed, people's shorts feed. The live stream VOD doesn't come up very often on people's recommended, so that's why I started doing shorts of the stream, and it's been very fulfilling to make content every day and put out something and stay in touch with the community. So that's been wonderful. This kit being relatively simple, and this being a month with 31 days, I don't know if I can make enough shorts to last the whole month. And I think 3 more days, because April 1st doesn't land on a weekend, and I try to stream on the 1st of every month, first weekend of every month. So I think I have like about 33 days, I want to say, worth of shorts to do. Even if I did 2 of the boxing of whatever or something else of the next kit, I don't think it's going to be enough. So I think I might build another kit around the 25th, around that weekend. So something easy, something I can finish in one day, and just whip up a few more shorts before the next month's build. Next month's build, I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably put it up for a vote again. I have several kits that I can work on. So, like I said, let me take a quick, really quick break right here, maybe 5 minutes, and use the restroom, get a refill, and also grab that other electric screwdriver. So, guys, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Hey, Danny. Thanks for joining us. Danny, I think Damien's in the UK, so I don't know if are you in the UK as well, Danny? So I got actually this was in my race box. It's still charged. This cheap Harbor Freight one, I charged this, so this might be dying already. I've had this less than a year. That's what I get for buying something for $10. But anyway, this is the original one from Amazon. I've had this for a while. Glad it still works. So again, if we were building the short wheelbase, we'd be skipping to page 19, and we're not. So we're just going to follow this. I hope I have volume. And that's going to be A9, and I know I cut one out before. So this one right here. And this is the rear lower arm, so it's going to be right here. And let's go ahead and grab those. B1. I'm pretty sure it's going to be these ones. I don't see anything else look like that. Making really good progress. Alrighty then, so let's see. Is there a front and back? There is. So the Tamiya logo is going to be towards the chassis, like that. And then this piece will lock it in, like that. And this is one of the spots where I remember I had to shim the heck out of before. And I'll show you when I put the whole thing on. And MA4, so it's going to be this one again. One screw down the middle. Let's see. One screw. This is not a tapping screw, so maybe that's why it's not working. Yeah, there's still quite a bit of play. I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, that's where I had to shim quite a bit. Where are we now? Over here. That's B8. I believe is going to be this piece. And I have no excuse to not know how to build this. MA5 is going to be short flathead, so it should be this. Yep. And so looks like this. Here and here. Welcome everybody who's watching from around the world. Wherever you are. I wish I could stream at a different time so I can get more of the European audience. I also have to... There's no time zone that works. There's no time that I can catch all three audiences. The US audience, the European audience, and also the Asian. There's no time of the day here where I am that would make sense for everybody. So I just try not to try to please everybody. I can maybe start an hour earlier, start at noon instead of 1 p.m. But just 1 p.m., people coming out of church, having lunch or whatnot. You know, I try to be considerate of everybody. Like I said, you can't please everybody all the time. But I would love to have the audience from the UK and other parts of Europe, you know, hang out a little bit longer. I know there's a huge Tamiya community. So I was talking about maybe having to build another kit this month in March. And maybe that will be the kit where I will try a different time of day. So this is going to be, this time the logo is going to be facing away from the chassis. It's going to be this way. And we need the balls. It is bedtime here. I know. I gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately. I think Nathaniel said it was 11 o'clock a little while ago. Yeah, I wish there was a easy time zone that works for everybody. And again, I'm not opposed to starting earlier in the day. I would really only be the only people that'd be missing out is the West Coast church-going community. I don't know how large that is in my audience. I can have an early lunch. Or I can try streaming in the morning. I think I did try streaming in the morning before. Like around 7, 8 a.m. and then just finish at noon. I think I did try that before. Maybe I can try that on a Saturday when there's no church. Let's see. So again, MA4. Hey, the stream is available in live section. You know, I'm not going to make that members only. You can always go back and watch if you needed to. I'm sure you don't need help building this kit, but you know, just see if we talk about anything else. Good evening from Norway. Hey, Toby. Good to see you. I have all of Europe watching. It's great. That's what I love about making content in general, and also live stream. I get to interact with people from around the world, sharing the same interests as me. Oh, you know what? I forgot these two screws up here. I forgot these two screws. And that is going to be MA3. Should be this. So here, I'm going to guess it's this one. Yep. So just off camera here, this kit right here is the Upgrade RC hex screw set for the TT-02. If anybody's curious. All right, so right here, and it's going to be what's everybody building over right now? If they are building something, are you looking to build your first kit, or you have all the RC cars you need already? Pretty much impossible. I can never have too many RC cars. I think at one point, a few years ago, before I was forced to downsize, I had close to 50 RC cars. At one point, at the same time, it just kind of got out of hand. Then I needed to downsize, and I sold off quite a few cars. And now I'm still trying to cycle them as I go and not keep everything. Sometimes I don't even get a chance to drive them. Sometimes I'm not really missing out on anything. I don't really build everything. I don't really want to drive everything. For example, the gosh, what is that thing called? The big monster truck 6x6, the Kong head. I'm sure it'd be fun, but I really don't have anywhere to drive it. That would make it kind of show its potential. Show how much fun it is. I also sold the Hornet Evo from last month. That went out pretty quickly. I just wish the kits I do sell, the cars I do sell, go to a good home. Somebody who's really going to enjoy them and use them, and have fun with them. Yokomo's Super Dog Fighter. Hold on a second. I need to I forgot to look it up. Peugeot 302. Let's look that up first. 302. I spelled Peugeot correctly. Really? Are we talking about the same car? That looks like that's a very old car. And then let's see what the Yokomo looks like. I am not familiar with that. Yokomo Super Dogfighter. Okay. Interesting. Is this 4-wheel drive? Is this their modern buggy or is it a retro buggy? I can't tell. This is not the Ultima, right? This is something else. I can't tell if that's the modern buggy or retro buggy. I don't know why retro is so popular right now. Like Team Associated is basically almost all retro stuff. RC10 is just crazy. Let's go ahead and work on the uprights, and this is where we have to start paying attention because I will be building the high ground clearance. So let's grab A1. I think A is probably sitting right here. Couple of vintage kits I've just built, same ones I had to check. I think that's what we always do. I built the Grasshopper, I built the Wild Willie. I still haven't built a fast attack vehicle yet, but I will soon. But when you unbox, don't want to run them. A TT-02 build that I can bash out, yeah. Bash all you want on the TT-02s. They're cheap, they're fun. I cut out the wrong one. This is not the right one. It's this one. Whoops. This is A1. That's what I get for reading chat and trying to cut things out. That is A1. Box art, body in red, white and blue. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it on Google, Amain actually. Yeah, I saw what it looks like. It has the white joints, right? The white turnbuckles and stuff. Okay, we're right here. So I'm gonna need B parts bag. I'm gonna have a lot of screws left over because I'm not using any of the screws. Pretty much. Alrighty then. I don't think I need most of these just yet. Actually, why is one in the bag and one outside the bag? I don't understand. Okay, so we need the outdrive, the wheel axle. So let's grab this. Actually, I can't tell which one is which. I think this is this one. Yep. Okay. Got the bearing, the ball connector is right here. I love that these are blue anodized. Yeah, that's the best part about the TT-02. It's like buying a Traxxas Slash. Basically, the TT-02 is the Traxxas Slash for on-road. Everybody has a TT-02. Everybody has a Slash. Plenty of aftermarket and replacement parts. Plenty of knowledge out there about both chassis, both cars. Never run out of things to do to it. All right, I need a box wrench. Let's grab this one. You know, I haven't decided yet. Toby, I am not doing any racing yet. And I still, the one car I didn't sell is the TA-08 with the yellow NSX body. That's going to be my primary on-road race car. I am building this as a rally car with the Celica body. If I am able to find somewhere to drive this on kind of a dirt track or something fun, I might keep this truck. I might keep this kit, but we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes when the kit's been on sale for a while and it doesn't sell, I just end up keeping them. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if someone falls in love with it first time they see it and they buy it right away, there's nothing I can do about that. It was just meant to be. Hey, Jonah. I can't say pop in. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Everybody's having a great time. Wow, 10 concurrent viewers. I don't know if I've ever had 10 before. You know, I try to do this every month and try to grow my audience. But you never know. Not everybody can catch a live stream. It is the middle of the day. People do have things to do. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody who's here. Just going to drop that in there and then use the dog bone to push this in. Let me grab that pick I had. Here we go. I am not a prolific streamer. There is another channel. I think it's Urban Legend RC. That gentleman streams several times a week, and I really admire him for that. Putting out all that knowledge, all that content, and just sharing the hobby with so many people. I think he's built quite an audience. I wish I'm able to do that. I really wish I can connect with everybody more often. All right, here we go. So that's going to be this one. I believe this is the right side. So the bearing goes in first. Make sure it's flush. Did I sell that thing yet? I think I threw it away. I threw away the bearing pusher finally. One that snapped. I haven't replaced it yet. There we go. Okay, like that. And then let's do the other side. Here it is. And this side, the ball connector is going to be on here. Good bill, I think. What was the first? Lots of nice blue bling. Yes. As in the stand. SR was good. SR was good. I like that kit as well. I like the SRX is also good, but it's just too expensive. At that price point, I mean, you can get a TA-08. So I don't know what the point is. Actually, I can think of like several other kits, belt-driven kits that I would want before the SRX. But if you're racing in the TCS, in the novice class, I don't know why you wouldn't use the SRX. Take advantage while you can. Well, I think it's still going to depend on the driver, but I think drivers of the same skill will have an easier time winning with the SRX than a regular TT-02. Never know. Racing is one of those things. Any given Sunday, any given Sunday, a very fast car can lose to a mediocre car with a mediocre driver. You just never know. Something might break. Somebody might crash. Somebody might have a bad day. You can win with any car any day. So I think we're done. So we got the left and right now. And we're going to put them into the chassis. XV01. That's the rally chassis, right? Did I build that? I think I built that already. Let me just double check. Yeah, I built it a while ago, the belt-driven one, right? I'm sure it's fine. I mean, that's a very old chassis. The XV02, I think it's superior. I just like the way the XV02 is set up. The way it's set up reminds me of a off-road buggy, and that's always kind of like the center diff and everything. I just that's like my favorite setup. There's so much tuning you can do with the center diff. Have a nice Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Vintage Joe. Appreciate it. Going Plasma Edge. Ball diffs for the really? The ball. I drove the Plasma Edge on a track once. Unfortunately, I broke upright, I think, on a jump. That's completely my fault. But it was fun while it lasted. And I have a couple videos on a small track. The TT-02R, I mean TT-02B chassis is a great variant. That's one of my favorite variants. Yeah, enjoy, have fun, Vintage Show. Go out and I wish I had more time driving my cars, but I just don't. I enjoy building it just as much, so have a good day, sir. All right, let's refocus. Let's come over here. So I do need to pay attention here because, again, like I said, I want to build it with the high ground clearance. I'm wondering if I did this correctly. I believe this is symmetrical, so I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think the front matters because there's nothing here. So apparently the front doesn't matter. I thought it did. Okay, so let's grab this. And we're going to be working on the front uprights. Like this. And I could have sworn that for the high setup, this piece and this piece are swapped. I think I remember seeing that somewhere. Let me just go to page 19 and take a look. Yeah, so high ground clearance to front. See? The cap here is on the bottom, And this step ring, this one, is on top. See, I remember reading this and I said, okay, I gotta take note of that. So it doesn't say to look on page 19 here, but good thing I caught it. So because the uprights are symmetrical, you have to position them a little bit differently for high ground clearance. So I'm just going to follow this for now. So let me put this down. And this is going to go in here like this. Let me find this piece A8. Going to be this. That's going to be capped. And then this piece and the kingpin. So this is A10. That's going to be this. And then this is going to be under. And then let's try to find this screw. That screw is going to be one of these right here. It's going to be one of these hex cap screws like this. And let's see if I have an equivalent here. I don't see any hex head screws here, but let me see if it's this one maybe. Yep, I think this is supposed to be the replacement. And this looks like it's 2.02 millimeters. So I think it is going to be this one. And I'm going to need the 2 millimeter wrench. I mean 2.5. So let me grab that real quick. Okay, so from the top, I have the cap. I have this. I have the spacer and I have the screw. Oh, I forgot the dog bone. You do talk to yourself quite a bit when you stream. I am talking to myself quite a bit. Just sharing my thoughts out loud, so I'm not just sitting here. Nobody knows what I'm doing. Oh, I even forgot the outdrive. I forgot the outdrive. So this should be the outdrive right here. And let me set this down. So the outdrive goes in there and turn it until the seat's all the way down. And then we're going to put the dog bone in there. And then the upright. And then in there. And then this cap. And then the upper arm goes on. And then the spacer and the screw. Have a good night, Damien. Thanks for joining. I will, like I said, in the mid-month stream, I will try a different day, maybe on a Saturday, and then I can start a little bit earlier. We'll see. I will announce it on my community tab, so make sure you keep an eye. Make sure you subscribe, everybody. And on the way out, if you can hit that like button, I really appreciate it. More people I share this with the better. And then on this, I'm going to put this on and then drop this on as well. Why am I using this? All right, there we go. Let's see if this is tight enough. Yep. Okay. Let's do the other side. Same thing. We're going to drop the out drive in there and turn it until it goes all the way in, and then I'm going to grab the dog bone that I lost. You guys tell me where that extra dog... Oh, here it is. I couldn't see it at all. Okay, I'm going to drop this in there. Okay. And then... who's that? And let me put that cap on first. You're gonna need this piece. This piece. And this piece. I've always wanted to do a TT-02 hop-up series. Just share, kind of go over what my favorite hop-ups are for the TT-02. I mean, that could be a stream by itself. So much you can do with it, and so much I would recommend doing to a TT-02. All of which is expensive. But you can start with, like I said, you can start with the TT-02R, like this kit right now, and really come out ahead. If you're building a race car, I think this... Ow. That's very hot. If you're building a race car, yeah, I would start with this. I would start with the R. It's just take too much time and money to take a base to a competitive place. I just think the R is a great chassis. And you know what? Actually, the R was in my blind spot for a very long time. When I made the TT-02 tier list video, I didn't even include the R because at that time I've never built one before. And somebody commented that the R is a great value. You should look into it. And I did, and he was right. That gentleman, I think it's the gentleman, I think he was right. And I've been an advocate for this chassis since. So thank you, whoever left that comment. Alright, I think the rear, I'll just go back and double check. I think the rear is going to be here also. So instead of putting it on this way, I'm going to be putting it on this way to get more ground clearance, but let me just double check. It's 3 o'clock. I think we're making good time. Oh, the dampers are oil filled. Okay, so the rear uprights, bearing, and the outdrive, and the O-ring. That's all it is. Wheel axle. So, let's take these out. And start working on the back. So this ball bearing, we're just going to push that in there. Put the outdrive in there. Put the axle in there. And then we're going to flip it like this, I believe. The short side is going to be like this. So the long side is going to be on top. So it's going to be like this. All right. So dog bone. So same thing. Put the outdrive in here. And let's grab these 2 pins, which should be something I saw already. Should be these right here. Let's grab that dog bone. The long side up. Connect those. And push the pin through. And then tighten the pin. Actually, you know what? I have the pin right here. Alrighty. So same thing. Again, these pins from the Upgrade RC hex screw set. So to lower this hub, the taller the ground clearance. If you think about it, it makes sense. So for this side, I think I'm going to do it in proper sequence, the easier sequence. So let's go ahead and push the bearing in here first. And then the wheel axle. Like that. And then we're going to do the pin first. So I'm going to drive the pin through the lower arm first to hold it in place. Like that. Why is this loose? What happened to this pin right here? Oh, it's there already. Okay. All right, and then we're going to drop this out drive in here. And then the dog bone. I think I forgot the O-ring. I think there's an O-ring in there. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure there's an O-ring. I keep doing this. Usually there's an O-ring. Yep, there's an O-ring in there. It doesn't really show here. Unfortunately, I missed it. No worries. Easy. Easy fix. All right. And now put the arm down, and then not this one, and find that last pin. I thought I had a last pin. Whew. Did I lose one, or was there only 3? I could have sworn there were 4. Okay, just for the sake of moving along, I'm just going to use this right here for now. I'll go back and find it. If it was there, I'll find it. Oh, here it is. It fell into the other little divider. And let me just fix this side really quick. Small setback, no big deal. Does anybody know a better way to do this? Using a pick is the only way that I know how. I know you can use the dog bone, sometimes that works. But I've just found that the pick is the fastest. Just try not to puncture the O-ring though. Okay, we're done. Yay. All right. Let's go back to where we were. I think we're done here. Let's go ahead and do this step. Put all those ball connectors on. So let's do, this is the front. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the 2 easy ones first. And I'm not going to use the box wrench anymore. I'm going to use this. I think it's the right size. Yeah, I think it's the right size. Okay, so upper hole on the front. So it's going to be that hole right there. It just has so much more leverage than the box wrench. Everybody fell silent. All of a sudden, nobody's talking. All right, and then the top ones are going to have this grub screw, which is going to be this right here. Usually it's a 1.5. Let's see. And it's going to be the inside hole. It's going to be this one. And it's going to stick out the length of the ball connector. So about there. Okay, that was pretty good. Alrighty. So let's see. So let's make sure it's pretty much flush with the grub screw. Okay, so that was the front. Let's go ahead and do the rear. The rear should be really quick. It's just 4 of these. And it's mirror the front. So it's going to be... Get my teeth hard to look at while you're building. Okay. Man, I'm stripping these. I am damaging these. I'm not even using that much force. They look great, but they're just so fragile. The anodization is just so easy to scrape off. Yeah. Okay, if I drop this again, we're going to have to end the stream. All right. Okay, so it should look like that when you're done. Awesome, awesome. Let's go ahead and build some dampers. I want to take out, because these are oil filled, I want to take out my favorite accessory. This is another Protek thing. I've had this forever. A shock stand. Works for 1/8 and 1/10. And so this one's going to be on top this time because we're building 110 shocks. On-road shocks. I'm not, never mind 110 or not. So it goes like this. And I always forget this piece. I always forget that piece. All right. I never use the drawer. It always falls out. I am ready. So let's grab Q3. I like these ones. I like these gray dampers. I believe they're all the same. They're all Q. Yep. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one we use. There are no longer dampers. They're all the same size. Do you guys use aftermarket dampers? If you do, which brand? Do you use a Tamiya hop-up dampers or something else? I really like the Racing ones. I've used those several times, and I like the result it gives. The adjustability and just the quality of the Racing dampers. I think the 55 millimeters is the one you should use for TT-02. So it's 2 O-rings right here. Usually they tell you to put a little bit of damper oil there. Then we're going to seal this. And then we're going to grab this. I hope I have it today. Sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't. In terms of putting these on without losing them. So this is how I usually do it. I pretty much hold on to the E-ring with my fingers, and then I kind of come from the side to snap it on. I think if you just do them this way, the likelihood is higher that you would lose them. That's why I do it that way. V9, let's find those pistons. It's gonna be here. Yeah, I think the Racing ones are great for the price. I think just Racing in general. I think all their hop-ups are pretty decent. And we're using the 2-hole piston, so it should be this middle one. And we're building... Oh, it doesn't distinguish front and rear. So these are... All of them are going to be the 2 holes. And then... snap this on. Try to use my finger if I can. If I can't, then I will use my needle nose pliers. Doesn't want to cooperate. If there's something that makes me want to rage quit sometimes, it's building shocks. So if I'm going to rage quit the stream, it's going to be right now. But I got it. I don't know, after building so many shocks, dampers, I think I've gotten the hang of it. Gotten pretty good with it. And then we're going to thread this through the damper body, of course. And we're going to lock it in with V1. This bottom part should be this one right here, right? Yeah. Let me grab this. Yeah. John Ramey, how are you? As long as they're oil filled, I'm fine with them. Yeah. Yeah, friction dampers are basically decoration. There's no dampening whatsoever. It's just up or down. But hey, it gets you started somewhere. I mean, I wish I was just starting out again and I'm just discovering how things work, how to adjust ride height, and what the oil's used for, what you can do with the different weight oils. Just starting from scratch, learning about all the hop-ups. I mean, I wish I was doing all that again. It'd be so much fun. Now it's just like, meh. Whatever comes with the kit, I'll just put that on. At least for now. Well, if I do get back into racing this summer, I will have to relearn some of that stuff. I forgot what I actually probably should have wrote it down last year. What oil weights worked well for the front and rear for the TA-08 and the track that I race at. It turns out I have like how many? 2, 3 other tracks around me that I've never raced at. And there's even one that's a little bit farther away, but it's covered outdoors. We don't have an indoor track anymore. We did like 10 years ago. I think COVID closed it down pretty much. Yeah, that would have been fun, have an indoor track. I'm lucky to live where I am. I think I counted 5 hobby shops around me that I visit regularly, that I think is worth visiting regularly. And a couple of them really have their specialties, and they have stuff that I really like. Revelation Raceway is like my go-to place. The owner shares the same passion for Tamiya as I do, so I try to get most of my kits there. Tamiya kits. There are exceptions where I order things from Amain, as this kit. I needed this kind of in a hurry, and I didn't have time to drive over there. So I ordered this on Amain. It was delivered to my door. That's what made me do that. I could have driven there this morning and bought it in person and bring it back, but you know, be cutting it pretty close. Did you find the TA-08 chassis too flexible out of the box? I'm trying to think. I have it over there. I don't think so, because I can't remember doing anything as far as the chassis is concerned. I did almost break it, almost have to replace it. And I would actually, part of the reason I'm keeping it is because I don't want to sell anybody a chassis that's kind of damaged. The rear, I want to say, the rear link kind of snapped off the chassis, and it took a little bit of the thread off the body, the chassis itself. So the chassis is $55 to replace, and I just didn't feel like selling it like that and then just, you know, putting that $55 fix on somebody else. I would disclose it, of course, but you know, I wouldn't want to do it. It's still drivable. It hasn't completely broken off yet. So I can probably still race it and then replace it when it's broke. But you never know. It could break like in the first run and then my day's over. I don't think I can rebuild that thing. Maybe I could. At the track. I don't think I can replace the chassis. The tub chassis in person. Especially since I would have to like adjust everything after it's repaired. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I would just race it until it falls off and my day's over. Sometimes, not all the time, I think the races go too long. And that's part of the reason why I've never raced in a TCS. I can't stay somewhere for 8 hours. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. There's too many people racing and too many heats and too many classes. Literally, you can be there from like 7 o'clock all the way to like 5. I don't have time for that. I don't have energy for that. And most of the time it's just sitting there charging battery. How long can you charge a battery for? How many times can you charge your batteries? You know, 5-minute mains, the battery, you probably don't even have to charge it for more than 10 minutes to get it back to full. So, and then the rest of the time you're just BSing with other people and eating and drinking. I don't know. If it was indoors and there's like football game on or something like that, I can do it probably. But I just out in the open, you know, I just don't see myself being there all day. I used to, but that was indoors and it was nighttime, so that was different. You know, I can do it then, but not outdoors. I can't do outdoors for 8 hours. All right, let's go ahead and turn the page. Sorry, it seemed like I was just talking to myself for the last the monologue about indoor outdoor. All right, let's see. What's next? All right, let's go ahead and fill these up. And of course, I'm going to skip the 20-minute wait time. Oh, okay. I am not going to hold up the stream for 20 minutes. I'm just going to pour it and bleed it a little bit. And here's the, you know what? I have so many of these. I should just finish one before I open another one. But I didn't prepare. This is the, I don't want to make you guys wait. I talked about it when I went live stream last year. Hold on. I sent you some links to some stuff in the bars for it. I know. Oh, Schumacher. Schumacher is one of those brands that aren't super popular here. It's for sale. I see it all the time. I'm just hesitant to invest in it. I hear they're great. I hear Serpent's also great. I just haven't. So every decision I make in terms of RC has two motivations, right? One is parts availability. I want to make sure that if I buy a kit, that I can find spare parts for it or hop-ups for it. And then the other consideration is anybody going to watch me build it? I know if I build a Tamiya, somebody will watch it. Quite a big audience. As a matter of fact, I mentioned this before. If I did nothing else but TT-02, I think my channel would grow even faster. But I get bored and I like a little bit of variety. I swear if I did nothing but TT-02 content, just talk about hop-ups and do running videos and stuff like that, I would probably grow the channel a lot faster. And even this year, I wanted to mix in a couple other kits. You saw the MST, the drift chassis in there. I have already built a off-road vehicle. So I'm trying to do something a little bit different here and there, and not just do Tamiya on-road or Tamiya TT-02 related. So that's why I really don't venture into other brands. I mean, I tease about it on my community post. I think I showed a picture of Team Associated TC-7.2, I think, kit, and I said, should I build this? And I think it was just overwhelmingly thumbs up when people saw that kit. I mean, I would love to build a Team Associated kit again. But, you know, you make your bed, you gotta lay in it, right? I built the channel on Tamiya and pretty much TT-02. I'm just gonna ride it out. I'm just gonna ride it out. And it's not like I don't enjoy building Tamiya kits. I also enjoy building other kits, like the 3 Racing I've built several times. I built the MST TCRM in the last year. It was okay. Wasn't a big fan of the of that particular kit, but it was an entry level kit, I can tell. So I can't really judge it based on that. Okay, spacers. Use spacers to adjust. It doesn't really tell us anything about... Why are these different? The springs are the same, right? Yeah, they're not color-coded. Yeah, the springs are the same. So I don't know why it shows here and then it shows here again. I don't know why. But anyway. So what am I doing? I'm not going to put any pretensioners in there just yet. Spacers in there. I don't know what the right height is. Especially since I'm building a... oh! I wonder if these are even long enough since I'm building a rally car. I didn't even think about it. Well, we'll see when we put it on the ground. We'll just continue and finish this kit up. I think we're more than halfway, I think. I can't remember how many steps this kit is, but I think we're more than halfway done. We're at 340 right now. I think the last time I built this kit, it was 4.5 hours on stream. It was 4.5 hours. So I think we're still on pace. 36, 40 steps. Yeah, we're more than halfway. The last like 3 or 4 steps is like body post and stuff. It's not a big deal. I think after we pass the electronics, the kit's pretty much done. Alright, and I will take a brief break before we get that far. But I'll just say it before we do. And then we'll go into the home stretch. So all I'm doing is compressing the spring and then putting in the perch and locking it together like that. And the last one and the last... Yeah, of course. Nostalgia. I think that's why Team Associated is building so many kits. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I mean, of course, my age group has the most disposable income, so it makes sense that they try to go after our money. So these are just going to go on like this. Snap on. Snap on. I don't know if I can do this for all 4 of them. Oops. You know, the body is done, but I need to trim it a little bit. And I'm not sure if the wheels are going to clear because the wheels are bigger. The rally block tires are bigger than the slicks. Oh my god. They call me Tamiya Toby. Silver plastic. Yes, they are silver plastic, John. Yeah. They're interesting. They are interesting. They look cool. I mean, it really distinguishes that this is a R. Oops. Okay, that was probably the toughest step of the whole kit so far. Snapping those on. Let's move on to the steering. And I think I'll take a break after these right here. And then we'll finish up with the electronics and we'll do the home stretch. This is done, I think. Alright, let's find this. A3. I wish this part was aluminum. I wish this steering assembly was aluminum. The TT-02 steering is probably its biggest weakness. I think the Racing hop-up steering, aluminum steering hop-up is adequate. It's better, and I think it's adequate for most people. Hey, Paulo, how are you? Welcome. From Brazil, that's awesome. Welcome to the stream. I think they might be a hard... Yeah, I think so. I think you're right, Toby. I remember the TT-02D that we talked about. The dampers and everything are gray, and it is known as the harder plastic ones. So those are there. So this part is kind of open, and this part's aligned. So we're going to put the ball connector on this side. Yeah. How is the RC car, specifically Tamiya RC community in Brazil, Paulo? Is it popular? Is Tamiya popular in Brazil? Just South America in general? Is RC popular in general in South America? I mean, a lot of things can bring people together, right? Like video games. You know, you watch a video game stream and people from all over the world are watching. So that's cool. It brings community together. I think RC could do the same. It's just the RC streaming community isn't that big. So I need to cut 2mm from the end of these. I don't know why they didn't just make these 2mm shorter and make my life a little bit more difficult. Okay, so let's get that in here, and I'm just gonna eyeball 2mm. Thank you, Paulo. Appreciate it. Oh, really? Okay. Wow, that's awesome. I'm going to guess that is 2mm. Let me see. Yeah, that's 2mm. Thank you, Paulo. Appreciate it. That's really cool to know that TT-02 is so popular. The TT-02 is the Honda Civic of the RC equivalent. Is that it? And the Slash is the Ford F-150. I think the Ford F-150 is only popular in America. I don't know if it's a worldwide thing. But I think in America, by saying the Slash is like the F-150, I think that's an accurate analogy. You can't go wrong with the Slash. This is a Tamiya guy speaking. I've always said oh, nitro. That's cool. I would love to just take my nitro cars out there every weekend. It's just time and availability and effort that I lack. Excuse me, I have to mute there for a second. Okay, these are turnbuckles. And there's a little line here. I'm going to keep that on the left side. And so this side is going to be left. It's going to be counterclockwise or anti-clockwise to tighten. And where is my rod and wrench? Oh, I was saying that if I could only have one RC car for the rest of my life, it would be a Traxxas Slash. Yes, I know. That's blasphemous. I know. Especially on this channel. But you can walk into any hobby store in America and find a Slash parts. You are more likely to find slash parts than you are Tamiya parts in America. I don't know about other parts. Like I said, it's the F-150 of RC in America. So this needs to be 38 millimeters. Let's see. I don't have my calipers. I can grab them if needed to. I should grab them. It's hard to see. The cleanup after the stream is pretty intense, actually. There's a lot to clean up afterwards. Hey, I was pretty close. So I'm going to turn this side out. That should be 38. Yep. There we go. There's one. I mean, the Slash is just as old as the TT-02. There's also a ton of aftermarket parts. It's easy to work on. You can build it into a drag car, into a monster truck, into a race truck. So many things you can do. The only thing I don't like about Traxxas is their battery. I even think their transmitters are fine. I even think their electronics are fine. It's just the frickin' batteries. Overpriced. I mean, they're really overpriced. Traxxas batteries are really overpriced. This side is left. I mean, the car is already $300 something, and then you got to spend another $200 on LiPo batteries and chargers and stuff. I mean, that's just excessive. I believe in being more inclusive with the hobby. I mean, I don't want people to drive those Walmart off-the-shelf RC cars, but I'm glad companies like WL Toys, of all things, I think they've made inroads, and they're pretty reliable for spare parts and stuff like that nowadays. So I'm glad they're around. I'm glad FMS is around, right? They've really made a lot of progress in the market in the United States. Which I'm happy to see. Because it just brings more people to the hobby. Right? And that's what we want. That's what we all want. Is so that more people can find joy in it. And I'm just making sure the line on these turnbuckles are both facing the left when I snap these on, so that if I ever need to make adjustments in the length, that would turn them in the same direction. So these are going to be like that. And now let's set them into chassis. It's charges 100%. Really? The taxes are 100%? It's pretty crazy. Okay, I'm guessing that's going to be that. And these very long hex screws are going to be the replacements. So this goes underneath. This goes right here. That is crazy. If the taxes are 100%, that is crazy. Of all things, why RC cars? 100%. That is quite ridiculous. I was mentioning about the steering, the fact that these don't have ball bearings. It's just a washer. I think really holds this steering back, and that's why I say the racing ones are more than adequate. You can spend more and get the Tamiya ones, but I think if you wanted to just get better steering assembly without spending a lot of money, I think the racing set is more than enough. Just getting aluminum parts and ball bearings is worth it. Actually, I'm really impressed with these screws, how smooth they are. I'm not just saying that because I got these for free. I don't owe Amain anything. I just really like the way they look also. And they're very smooth. I mean, let's look how neat that is. All right. So I think we're done here. Oh, I forgot to put some grease. I forgot to put some grease in there. Let me see if I can just hold it. Paulo, is that only for Tamiya, or is it the same across all brands? Is it an RC category thing, or is it a Japanese trade thing? Oh, we need to put this foam sticker on. I never really understood the purpose of this, but I do it every time anyway. Oh, we're supposed to trim it. That's right. That's close enough. Hey, Tamiya's wiser than me. I'm sure they know why. So I will do it. It's like a cushion for the servo saver. All right, let's see. I have to say good night. Good night, Toby. Thank you for the stream. I'll be back. Thank you, Toby. Thanks for joining us. I too am going to take a quick break, everybody. To stay in, hang in there. Quick bathroom break, grab a little snack, 5 minutes maximum. Okay, and then I think when we come back, it'll be the home stretch. We'll do the electronics and finish everything up. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am using the Sport Tune motor, I think. I think I just have it on the bottom. The label's on the bottom. This is the Sport Tune. John, I don't know if you can hear me. But, yeah, I guess I could have flipped this over and show the label. But this is indeed a Sport Tune motor. So let's go ahead and work on the servo. Again, let me thank Amain for sending me this EcoPower high torque servo. This is my first time using EcoPower. I hear from the comments I got that these are very good. And so let's go ahead and get this out of this size. It does come with this servo horn, which is awesome. size is this? Oh, it's 2.5. What is going on? Okay, I think we need to work on all the electronics at the same time because I do need this powered up. Hey, at least I know which screw it's going to be. So actually, this feels really good. I wish there was a decal here, though, so I can slap it onto the car. Let me just bring out all the other electronics. I need to use this. Actually, let me throw that in there. And that. Okay, I decided to use a T-style because my battery's T-style and I can save myself an adapter. And I am very bad at crimping Tamiya plugs. I've never done one successfully, so I don't even want to try. Maybe I have a cheap crimper. I don't know. It's just, I just don't want to deal with it. All right, so I'm trying to center the servo before we start. This is the ESC. I think it's going to be this side. So let's see if I'm right. Okay, so this is centered right now. So let me just work on this really quick. That part, that bag is somewhere. That's D, oh, it's D, okay. So it should be this right here. The 11. Let's see if this is the right one. I have a feeling it is. We'll see. D10. I still need to find that bag. I don't know where the other stuff is. Let's see. So it's going to be like... Yeah, I need to find that tree because this is not the right one. Here it is. Let's try P4. There you go, goes right in. And then we need P5, which is kind of like the spring. I guess not. I never knew they were black. Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't go that far back. That would be cool, though, if they were black. That would look really nice. And then we need this ring, P1, right here. And hopefully I didn't drop that screw. It's still here. And here we go. How awesome is that? This is a really nice servo. I like the fact that it came with the screw already. And actually it was already centered. I didn't have to really adjust it. So let me just put that MB7 on there. And it's going to be in the C parts bag. So we're already on the last bag. We are at the home stretch. So I should have taken a little bit of time cleaning up my workstation during the break. But all I want to do is come back when I'm done and just keep working. I feel like one day, you know, channel gets bigger, stream gets bigger. Oops. Yeah, I can turn this off now. Maybe I can have a PA or something to help me run the stream. That's really easy to do. Really just hang out with me, basically, during the stream. Just to, you know, maybe help me with some stuff. Here and there, turn on the screensaver, stuff like that. Nothing too serious. One day, I can dream. One day I'll get there. Like a producer, basically. It'd be nice to have a producer. I never used these things. I don't know why. I probably have like 20 bags of those. I do like that this came with a... This is metal, by the way. This is not plastic. Comes with a servo horn. Let's go ahead and build that. And I think we only need 2 of these. And we don't need to trim them this time. All right, so let's see. The mark is on the left again. And so this side is going to be counterclockwise again. I'll put my glasses back on. Is anybody else suffering from allergies? This is my least favorite time of year. Well, actually, it's the end of my least favorite time of year. I think as soon as March starts, I start doing better. Traditionally, I've been sick every January, February for like the last 10 years. Knock on wood. I did not get sick this year. I got the flu shot all the way back in like September, I think. As soon as it was out, I went to get a flu shot. But the allergies are still there, and I still do get a lot of stuffiness and just runny nose and stuff. I didn't know. Well, I probably did know. I just didn't realize it. It's so soon. I think. Don't quote me. I think daylight savings is next week. Next weekend. 48. I think maybe someone can check that. In America, we do something silly. We turn our clock back, spring forward. We turn our clock forward an hour in the spring. Is that right? Anybody checking? Hey, you're back already. Okay. Did you have fun with your son? Did I go in the wrong direction? I went in the wrong direction. Ah, okay. I went in the wrong direction. Well, you knew we were going to be here. This wasn't going to take... Oh, how's the progress? We are more than halfway done. I'd say usually we got another hour to go, I think. This kit has usually taken me 4.5 hours. Which isn't that bad for a TT-02. So there's two kits I'm kind of like hesitant in building on stream in one day. I don't know if I can finish it. One is the tank, the Sherman tank. I have that kit standing by. I've had that for a little while already. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't confident I can finish it in one day. So let's go ahead and find this bridge A5. Should be this right here. There we go. And this ball connector, I believe this is symmetrical, so I don't think it matters. I wonder if Tamiya is ever going to make a TT-03. You guys think they will one day make a TT-03? And I do have a suggestion if they do. I think they can do it pretty easily. I demonstrated it back when I was building the XV02. How if you just slammed it, it would be a great shaft-driven four-wheel drive chassis. 82, 812. So if they were ever going to make a TT-03, I think they should just do that. There's a photo in my Instagram that I did just that. I slammed it. I changed the dampers to on-road dampers, and I put some wheel slicks on it or on-road wheels on it, and it looked really cool. It looked like a legit chassis. I wish they would just do that. MC4. So it'll be the short ones. So would it be these? No. And then, well, this kit, this upgrade RC screw kit is pretty complete. Even came with these washers. Pretty impressed. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's how old is it? It's like 13 years old. I think it came out in 2013. I mean, I think it's time. Certainly, there's a market for it if it's reasonably priced. You know, I mean, they're putting out some stuff this year that I mean, the BT-01 and the bespoke chassis. I think that's new. I don't think that's re-release. I mean, instead of putting that stuff out, put out a new four-wheel drive shaft-driven chassis. All right, there we go. But actually, I'm afraid if they came out. I'm actually afraid. If they did come out with it, and the base model would be like friction shocks, there's plastic everywhere. I think that would be pretty horrendous. Knowing Tamiya, that's what I think they would do. Just come out with one. Plastic shafts. Oh god, that would be terrible. Maybe they should release a TT-03 Premium first, with all the proper hop-ups. TT-02R release first. TT-03R. And just start there. I would hate to see one with plastic chassis. With plastic everything. I don't see two of these left. Maybe I used them somewhere else. I shouldn't have. Okay, I might have spoke too soon about the set being complete, but that's okay. I will go back and investigate. I just want to keep moving. Oh, I do need the screwdriver though. Let's do this. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, we were talking about if Tamiya should put out a TT-03 already. I mean, it's been 13 years since the TT-02 came out. Dampers BTR1. I don't remember anything about that BTR1, to be honest with you. It's been a while. I think it's been over a year. And I don't think it made a great impression on me. That's why I don't really remember much. I don't think it was that remarkable. Okay, there we go. All right, let's snap this on. And then bolt these on with the the step screws, which I do see here. I see plenty of these. Okay. So let me just get this in a little bit. And then yeah, racing one is really nice. I mean, it's not as nice as the Tamiya one, but it's for the money. I don't think you can go wrong with the racing steering assembly, aluminum one. Alrighty then. Okay, I think we're done here. I'm not using the cable, the little wire. I am going to use this box though. I usually do not use this thing. But this time, since this will be a rally car, I will be using that. And especially since this is such a tiny, yep, it fits. This is such a tiny receiver. I have some double-sided tape here. Here it is. I try to leave links to everything I'm using today in the description, by the way, if you're looking for anything. And they are affiliate links, so you are supporting the channel when you buy from those links, and I appreciate it. You know, hopefully one day in the future, I will get sponsored by Tamiya. I'm very happy to already gotten Amain's attention and gotten some stuff. And I don't even need free stuff. I would just love to be one of those channels that gets stuff early that I can review, you know. I would have loved to got my hands on the I would love to get my hands on the Quirk Hopper that's coming out soon, right? In April. I would love to get that early and have it to build and to kind of talk about it. It is a Flysky receiver. I am using the G7P. This is a FSR 4P. If you watch enough of my videos, you'll realize I'm using the same receiver over and over again. It's because it's already bound, and I know it's going to work. I don't have to worry about it. That's why. If you notice that, that's the reason. I think I can tape this down. Hold on a second. Where is everything going to go? Okay, so the receiver box is here. Okay, so this needs to be bent. And I should have used a... I should have used a low profile, but that's not what they gave me, so that's okay. All right. And then I guess the ESC will have to be on top of this. Okay. All right. Yeah. I like it because doesn't have an antenna. I never use the antenna anyway, but this one just makes it that much easier. I like the form factor. I don't have to, you know, tie up the antenna and then tape it onto the side of the receiver, which is what I've been doing. I don't drive my cars that far away. You know, usually like, I wouldn't even say 100 feet away from me. I don't need a big antenna. Yeah. This stream could be 20 minutes of me just struggling to peel off this tape. 4.5 hour stream and 20 minutes is just me peeling off the 3M tape. This stuff never comes off. It's always a struggle. But this stuff sticks better than anything else. So if I can get away with it, I want it this way. But I don't think that's wise. I'm going to have to tape this somewhere else. Yeah, I'm going to have to tape the switch somewhere else. Usually I like it like right on the body of the ESC, but I don't think I can do it for this one. If I want to use the box, I don't think I can use this. You know what? I don't think I can get the cable management done in time. I broke it. That's what I did the first time. I don't think I can get the cable management done in time to use this box. So I think I'll just... I think I'm stuck with it right now, but... Okay, we'll just move on. I know this is working, so... We'll just move on. See what's next. We'll deal with it as it comes. What is next? On-off switch. Ooh, jeez. I can't put it there. Can I? Will this interfere? It probably will interfere, but I'll just leave it there for now. I'll just leave it there for now. It'll probably get in the way. I'm going to leave it so I can move on. All right. Glue them. That's on. Glue them to the cover. Oh, you're talking about the antenna? I don't have one with me. I usually kind of zigzag the wire, put it in shrink tube, and then just tape it to the side of the receiver. That's what I normally do. This is just black to blue. Yellow to red. And we'll see what happens. On off switch, ESC. I should tape that down. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on those tires. I am not going to glue them right now. See, we're already at the home stretch. We're not going to even end up using these tires for this kit. After building like two M chassis, holding these wheels is funny. Just like they're huge. The M wheels are so small. All right. There we go. And you should glue them, peel it back a little bit and put some glue on there if you're doing this for real. I am doing this for speed, so I'm not going to glue them. It's a whole process. I mean, you got to let it dry and then turn it over and then glue the other side. I don't have time for that. Same as the dampers. I'm not going to wait 20 minutes for the bubbles to escape. That's why if you ever buy a used RC car, I mean, when I sell my RC cars, they're new. I mean, literally, I never drive them and I just sell them off. Doesn't matter. You still should take it apart and just double check everything yourself, especially if it's been driven. You never know. I've gotten some in the very beginning. Well, not in the very beginning, but I used to buy used RC cars, and shenanigans that I saw. People literally used like drywall screws to hold on to the bulkhead. I forgot what it was. I think it was the shock tower, whatever it was. I mean, I was like outraged. I was like, really? I ended up having to buy the whole like bulkhead, everything to rebuild it, because I didn't know he just basically forced drywall screws in there. Yeah, I was kind of naive. All right, those are glued. Let's go ahead and put these on. Why are we still using these? I'd rather use these. Oh, these are wide. Am I using the wide ones? 14. No, looks like I'm using these ones. The wheels I am going to use already have a 2mm offset. I don't know if you can see that, but it is kind of indented. So it's going to be already out farther than these ones. So I'll just use the regular size ones. But if I wanted a little bit more track width, I could do that. I can use these ones. Actually, I would just use those nuts. I don't know why the R would still be using these ones with the brake drums. That's kind of weird. Or the discs still using the brake discs. That's weird. I thought they would just use the hex. That's another hop-up I would get, is the aluminum clamp style wheel hubs. I would definitely recommend that. And also the servo saver. Aluminum servo saver. That spring is so impossible to put on, but I like it. So let's go ahead and throw these on. I don't think I even need a stand anymore. This is the front. And it's going to be a bearing and then a pin. A bearing. And a pin. And then these. Dun, dun, dun. And then the wheel. And then these lovely blue wheel nuts. All right. I have this for a reason. What am I planning on doing with this car? Well, you know, I'm not sure. Let me see what it looks like after I'm done. I don't plan on doing any racing. Wait, this is the rear. Oh, okay, whatever. I wasn't planning on doing any racing, but the weather is starting to be nice. So I might take the rebuild the TA-08. I kind of took out all the electronics. And then at the same time, I can take this to the small dirt track and kind of test it out a little bit. If not, it's going straight for sale. It just depends. I don't really have any plans for it. I don't get to drive much anymore. I don't have a backyard or anywhere to drive out. I have to get in my car and go a bit out of the way to get to have fun. So, unfortunate. When I was very into crawlers and trail trucks, I could take it to the park and drive that around. But I can't do that with these cars. Why is this not working? Either this nut is broken or this thread. Oh my goodness, it's the nut. What is wrong with that nut? I believe it's all the same. Bearing. Oh, hi, Seg. I didn't even know. Sega, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Talon. I didn't know we had some new people in the chat. This cub works great too. Oh, really? I don't have a Fortec, so I wouldn't be able to try that. Do the rear blue hubs can't have any? I think it's -1. I think that's why it's a hop up. I'll double check. I think it's -1. Toe in. Okay. This nut just didn't want to be in the rear axle for some reason. All right. We are very, very close. We don't have to end the stream after I'm done. I don't have much going on tonight. So I can always just hang out for a little bit longer. But let's finish the kit first. You know what? I didn't even cut the holes on the body. But, let's go ahead and put the body posts. I didn't even cut the holes. That's going to be B6. I'm done with these trees. You know what? I forgot to put the battery holder things. I always forget that. It's like the other thing I always forget. All right, these are the rear ones, I believe, the long ones. So it goes here. And these are going to be these hex screws. I think it's going to be these. And that's going to be this. Yep. It's going to be two and a half, I think. Yeah. Yes, I did. I did finish the body. Give me a second. Like I mentioned, I am going to turn this into a rally car. So I have this Tamiya Celica rally body. And I also got the wheels to go with it. I even put the decals on. So maybe at the end I'll ream the holes and put it on. See, if not, just check my Instagram. It's RC's RC Cars. Just check my Instagram. I'll post pictures there, and I'll post pictures in the community tab, of course. I really like posting things on the community tab more than I do on Instagram. I mean, I have about the same amount of followers slash subscribers on Instagram and YouTube, but my YouTube audience is a lot more engaged. Like by a mile. How engaged they are with what I do. Every time I put out a vote or anything like that, I get quite a lot of responses, which I really appreciate. Appreciate everybody giving their feedback and pretty much just encouraging me and what I'm doing with the channel. Crab claw breaker thing. Okay, let me see. Are you talking about this? The shaft pliers. All right. Let me get this out of the way. And this is also front mount. There are only two of them? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, the regular... Hey, there's nothing wrong with the regular TT-02. I mean, for the money, for the value, there's nothing in RC that even comes close to the regular TT-02. You get the body... You know, the body is just as much work as the kit. And that's part of the value right there. Right? You're painting the body, you're cutting out the decals, and you're putting them on. Some of the bodies you even have to build. Like I said when I announced the stream, I chose the Rally Yaris body. Oops. WRTGR Yaris body, but I looked at the instructions and you have to cut out the side intakes. You have to paint the spoiler, and I think the spoiler were 3 pieces. And I think the mud flaps and everything. So there was a lot to that body, and I just couldn't do it. And I looked at the delivery and everything. It was just too much work. So I picked the Celica. I ran out and got the Celica, and it turned out it wasn't that much less work actually. Oh man, the decals took forever. Oh, I thought I did it wrong. Okay, here we go. Front bumper and then the batteries. Da, da, da. Great. I think part of the fun of RC is just the hop-ups themselves. And I have a feeling I need to trim this bumper, but we'll see. MA4s should be these. I have a feeling it's not that old, it's this one. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there we go. Are we done? No, I need to put those darn things I forgot to put on. Those are the friction dampers. All right, so what screw is that? Let's see, let's go back. That was pretty early on, I think. It was like right around here. Is it not? Right here. MA4s, okay. And then the question about these are 3, not -1. These are 3 toe-ins. Yeah, hope that answers your question. 3 degrees sounds like a lot, actually. Can you see that? Can you see the toe-in? I think it's like this, right? I think it's like that, but let me just double check. Before I screw them down. I have a feeling I forgot that piece. Yep, I did. I forgot that piece. Let me go back and check the instructions, see if it actually asked me to do that or not. Okay, that's the right. That is the correct arrangement. I forget things all the time, so there's nothing wrong with making mistakes. Nothing is final. Decals are taking forever. There's 84 decals. Hey, you'll get there. Which body did you get, Saga? You must have gotten one of the GT ones. Like the Supra with the orange livery or something. That's 84 stickers. Yeah, this car should kind of be pretty planted. Front toe. Oil shocks, yeah. Oh, hop-ups. Tamiya is a hop-up company at the end of the day, not a RC company and not a plastic model company. Audi Quattro 90. That's a good looking body. Not super into Audis in real life, so I wouldn't buy that myself. Not that I'm into Celicas either, but it looked like it was the easiest to build at the moment. I'm not a Toyota guy either. But there we go. And I think we're done. I think we are done. Let me grab these. Yeah, I just have a thing for American cars. I've been a Mopar guy for over 10 years now. Probably more like 13 years. I was Honda for a while. But I ended up being Dodge, Jeep, Mopar products, and I've been ever since. So, gosh, I really don't want to do this like live. If I screw up, it's gonna be terrible, but I'll just do it anyway. I'll just do it anyway. I can see the holes. No, I didn't have a Del Sol. I had a Civic and an Accord. The funniest thing, this is back, over 10 years ago. I went to look at an Accord. I test drove it. I came back and the sales, it was a lady. And she asked me, so what do you think? She was all excited. And in the back of my head, I was like, it's a Honda Accord. It's not that exciting, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I'm just here to buy a nice, simple sedan. It's not going to change my life to drive a Honda Accord. I think I just got that out of necessity at the time. And then right after that, I got a Challenger a couple years later. And then that kind of made my day. That is my favorite car I've ever had. The Challenger. I love that car. It's really hard to get a Del Sol, even if you wanted one. Even if you wanted one right now, it's really hard to find a Del Sol. And the S2000, things like that, all the JDM cars. Really hard to find. Here, at least here, around here, my parts. You can probably find a K-Truck easier than you can find one of those. And Skylines are just impossible. R34, R30. Actually, I haven't seen that many R33s. If you want an R34, just be prepared to pay like over $100,000. I had a chance to buy one. This is a very long time ago. And I think at the time, he only wanted $30,000 for it. And at that time, $30,000 was a lot of money. It was a yellow one. It was somebody I knew, and he was a used car dealer. So he could have gotten another one. And he was just going to give it to me for $35,000, and I didn't take it. I didn't have that kind of money back then. Well, even now, I don't have $35,000, sitting around. I'm sure it's fast. I'm sure it's fun. But, at the end of the day, it's still a Honda Accord. You know what I mean? Like the Camrys, they make it look super sporty, and it's got a spoiler, and it's dropped. It handles really well, but it's still a Camry. There's a place in the world for those cars. Of course there is. That's why they make them. It just doesn't feed your soul. It doesn't make you look back at your car when you park it, Every time I park the Challenger, I look back at it and say, wow, that's my car. You don't do that with an Accord. Am I right? I mean, you can do it with an Audi, I think. If it's the Audi that you want, or, whatever it is. I'm not eyeballing it. There's a mark here for 6mm. So I'm supposed to be reaming it up to there. I wish I was that good, but I'm not. I'm just following the mark. Let's see. Okay, a little bit more up front, a little bit more in the back. This is the part where I usually screw up the body the most often, because I go back and I push a little too hard, and then I make it like an 8mm hole. I've actually had busted a hole through, like pushed the reamer all the way through once. I pressed so hard. There we go. Okay. Let me put the big wheels on there. Yeah. You know what? Painting bodies take just as much time as building the kit. It's nobody tells you that, but you'll discover it. At least the way I do the bodies. I'm not the best at it, but I do like to take my time. mean, it usually takes me at least 3 days to paint the body. At least. The cutting out and the masking windows part doesn't take that long. That one I can do. That part I can do fairly quickly. But once I start painting, it could take like 3 days to paint. So, for example, this Celica, the front grille, this part, I don't know if you can see this part, painted black. So you have to mask that separate. That doesn't come with it. You have to use your own tape. And then you have to paint that black first. And I usually paint that, like, from such a big color change, I usually wait a whole day before I peel off the mask. I don't think I did it this time because I was kind of in a hurry. I think I started painting this thing on Wednesday or Thursday, I don't remember. Yeah, I think I painted and peeled off the mask and started painting white the same day this time. But that would have been 2 days any other time. And then before I peel off the windows, I wait a whole day. Because sometimes the paint's not dry and then you peel off the mask and the line is not super clean. So I usually wait a whole day. And then after I paint the windows, you know, PS31 smoke, I wait a whole day after that before I start putting on the decals. Because I don't like the fume smell in my room, you know what I mean? I don't like to bring that indoors. I usually just leave it outside in the garage or whatnot. What am I doing? I am talking too much and not paying attention. You guys, man, I think we need to do like a stream where we're on voice chat on Discord, so we can just have a conversation. What do you guys think about that? I don't know if you guys have Discord or not. And then we can just do voice chat so you guys can scream out. Putting on the same wheel. Yeah, Talon, now you're telling me. I'm already done. Alright, so here we go. Let's see. Where are the pins? Let's see. Are these all the same? They are all the same, it looks like. Okay, let's see. Guess. Well, they fit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 holes. So the 9th hole. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That look right? Okay, let's see. Okay, we'll try that next time. Yeah, like I said, maybe we can do a Discord chat next time. I need to trim the body a little bit more. but I think I'm happy with this ride height, the body height. I can probably go up one more. Yeah, you know what? I'll go up one more. Now the body on backwards would be really obvious. Yep, that looks pretty good. Alright, let's see what the front looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think I've ever done this on video. Even on the build series, I don't think I've ever shown reaming the body and stuff like that. No, that's way too high. That's way too high. Alright, gotta go down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, that looks really good. That looks really good. Lots of travel. I need to trim this right here. But I like this. This is... I wish you guys can see this as a stance, how it looks. It looks really good. I think this would be a really fun car to drive. Alrighty. So is that it? I think that's everything, right? I don't think I can do any more. Oof. Wow, that was interesting. Saga Talon. Let me just go back with the chat here. I want to thank everybody for joining me. Johnny, Vintage Joe, and who else? Paulo, Toby, and I hope I don't miss anybody. Damien, Jonah, just scrolling back up. Alessandro, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Nathan, I know there's some more in the front. Oh, Nathaniel, I'm sorry, Nathaniel. Okay, I think that's everybody. Hey guys, really thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out, watching me build this. I really appreciate it. And I hope I'm still online. I think I clicked something over here, and on my other screen, I'm not live anymore. Okay, there I am. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to post some pictures in a little bit here to show you guys what the car looks like. Everything I used, all the parts I used in the car today, I'm going to leave a link in the description, so if you want to check those out, and if you use those links, I do get a commission, and it really helps the channel, so I appreciate that. And if you could do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button before you go, That would really help with the algorithm and for YouTube to spread this video and stream to everybody. So again, everybody who tuned in and everybody who's watching now later on in the cycle of this stream, thank you. And let's do this again. I might do another stream around the 25th or that weekend before the beginning of the month stream. And I'll put out a note. I'll put out a community note, maybe even a vote on what to build next. All right. So I'm going to sign off now. Thank you, everybody. You guys have a